Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 4:18 p.m. The Subcommittee is in meeting to consider the estimates for Department of Economic Development as outlined in Resolution E5. Being resolved that a sum of not exceeding $96,529,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Economic Development, pursuant to the estimate. According to the practice that is developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition with 2 minutes remaining in his first hour. I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome back, Minister. I guess we're going to go back to loans and grants and things. So in my first 2 minutes, between grants and loans, can you please tell me what the maximum level of COVID-19 support from the government that a small business could receive?
I recognize the Minister for Economic Development. Order. The time has run out for the Liberal caucus. My apologies. You'll be back. Yes, absolutely. Okay. It's now time for the NDP caucus. I recognize the member for Dartmouth South, and it's now 4:22.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Minister and staff. Thank you for being here and available to answer questions. I know that last day there was a fair number of conversation, and some of it may be repetitive, but maybe with a few different angles. And I did want to start out asking some questions about Nova Scotia Loyal, which I know there was some discussion of. But just to go back there, in the election platform, there was an estimate that the program would cost $26 million in the first year. And now I know the minister has said it's coming and we'll see it. And I respect that, but I'm curious because we can't quite find a line. How much is that program expected to cost this fiscal year? And where do we see that in the budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. This did come up with a previous question, and can certainly assure the member that there is more than sufficient capacity to roll out Nova Scotia Loyal as part of this fiscal year. That investment is nowhere in the magnitude of the figure that was just quoted.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And so I guess I just, as a follow-up, want to say, where does that capacity exist in the budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The current budget as presented includes the capacity for the development of the program.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be difficult, but the point of this process is to ask about the budget documents we have presented and then to get more granular. So is it in operating costs? Is it in grants and contributions? I just want to understand. We see the money that's come to the department. This has gone through Finance and Treasury. Where will the money for this program come from in the budget documents that we have before us? What is the line item or line items where that investment will come from?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the member. You will find within our budget line items for both professional services and discretionary items, and the commitments can be covered within those categories.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you very much for that answer. And are there department staff who are currently assigned to this project specifically, or is it happening, you know, as part of other staff's normal work? Is there an approximate like kind of FTE number we could see allocated to that, or any clarity around the ways in which you know, the staff complement is working on this project would be helpful.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the honourable member, this project, the development of Nova Scotia Loyal, involves a number of personnel within the department. There is no one person for whom this is their sole and only file. Frankly, the initiative is significantly important that we are pulling in resources across the department. Of course, a reminder that this is a relatively small department in terms of FTEs, with 28 and a half FTEs, but very, very high level producing folks that are working on this as well. We have worked across departments, certainly with staff from the departments of agriculture, the departments of fisheries and aquaculture, Finance and Treasury Board, and intergovernmental affairs have all had a part and continue to have a role in the development of this program.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Yeah, so as a discretionary item, which is where we found it in the budget, I'm wondering if there are any agencies contracted to work on the program outside of government. So pleased to hear that folks are being drawn in from ag and other places. Are there any contractors or other folks that we might see when Volume 3 comes out who are working on this?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. We do have a partner that is providing some project management support, particularly in the field of behavioral insights, and that is Davis Peer. And moving forward, we do anticipate that we will be seeking external to government assistance with the marketing of the program.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks. Thank you for that answer to the minister. The Premier, when discussing this in the election, mentioned a Shopify report on loyalty programs. And I'm interested, that was sort of the only thing we heard by way of data. I'm interested to hear that you've engaged Davis Peer around behavioral insights. I'm wondering if you could share what some of those are, or some studies or information that is guiding the decision, I guess, first of all, to establish a loyalty point program, and then how that will be designed.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, this is a program in development, so equally not trying to be difficult in terms of not providing sort of a host of the sources of research that may have been looked at to date. But I certainly can assure you that within the project development is a commitment to ensuring that we deliver a program that meets people where they are at. So in reference to a question in the first hours of budget estimates, for instance, the question was posed whether this program would be meaningful and apply to those from lower income sectors. And the answer is that it will, and that is a particular commitment. Though we often use farmers markets as a very sort of strong and meaningful interface for the purchase of local goods, we know that not everyone shops at a farmer's market. And so we, again, looking across the diversity of Nova Scotia in terms of socioeconomic demographics or geography, we have to ensure that this is a program that can be effective for someone who is doing their shopping at a large chain store, at the farmer's market, and as many is adaptable to as many different types of vending as possible.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, and I'll let the minister finish her thought in just a second. Yeah, I guess I struggle to understand. I mean, I'm struggling to understand a lot of things today, but I struggle to understand a little bit why any of that would be proprietary if the idea is to get Nova Scotians on board. I represent a constituency that is deeply in favor of local products and food and lots of independent small local businesses, so would certainly like to understand and contribute to the program. So I'm hopeful that there will be information shared. I don't know, I guess I don't see the political risk, but I will wait until the appropriate time. I guess my last, just to continue on from there, there's been similar types of programs over the years. So Taste of Nova Scotia and the Department of Agriculture launched Get Your Hands on Local. That was in 2020. There was a brand logo, a marketing strategy. The Nova Scotia Seafood Quality Program has similar brand assets for accredited seafood products in our export markets. And so I guess I'm just wondering, is there, because the minister did say that there is coordination happening between the departments, so is there an attempt to also coordinate these kind of buy local brand loyalty projects generally, or will they continue to sort of exist in a more siloed way?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the member, frankly, there has not been anything similar to this program. In that, yes, there has been branding and there has been marketing under various themes as you've mentioned, to highlight Nova Scotian seafood, Nova Scotian fruit and vegetables from the agriculture sector, so forth and so on. These have been largely marketing based, and there have been various approaches taken. The commercials that pull at our heartstrings or make us laugh and hopefully make us remember. But this is taking things to another level by combining both a strong marketing campaign and a campaign that is designed to identify the many options of locally made products, locally grown products that already exist in the marketplace to better flag them for the consumers. And yes, to ultimately your question, there will be a coordination, because one of the shortfalls of previous programs, and I'm respectful of those efforts, which have achieved various levels of success, but they've tended to all have a slightly different visible brand. We want this to be very identifiable for folks. We want them, again, the item that I was going to add to your last question, this is about achieving a goal of a 10% shift in our purchasing. Tied to that as well, this is a call to action. This is a campaign to excite and energize and inspire both our producers and our consumers. But yes, absolutely, there will be a shared branded look across the relevant government departments.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So it sounds like, so the goal is 10%. 10% of spending away from imports to local. So I think we could call this some form of an import replacement strategy, which is something we've been pushing for a long time in our caucus, which is great. But I am wondering, back to my previous line of questioning, was there analysis done on other kinds of import replacement strategies? Given that this rewards program seems quite innovative, but also maybe unproven, are there existing strategies? So I know that people have put forward strategies for import replacement, specifically around food based on procurement. We've put forward some of those strategies. I'm wondering if we've looked at any of that. In the New Democratic Party, we've also for a long time now been calling for a universal school program, school food program, that would have as part of its hallmark that procurement piece. So not only would it be school food, but it would be local school food to the extent practicable. And so I'm wondering whether this is something that was looked at. I mean, hopefully it's something that will still be considered, but just how the decision was made to do this particular points program to achieve that aim.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, this, as you have noted, was a plank of our election platform. So in that sense, it was developed independent of the considerations of which you've inquired. That said, local procurement becomes a connective part of this initiative, i.e. if we are encouraging individual Nova Scotian consumers to use their buying power, I believe, are obligated as government to review our own procurement policies. And as you have noted, schools and the education budget in terms of school food is definitely an area where much more can be achieved. There are other sectors as well outside of the things that we will be able to tie into the Nova Scotia Loyal program in terms of buying goods. But frankly, when Nova Scotians decide to staycation and move around our province and have their getaways here, that too is a form of buying local. Will that be part of the points program? Very unlikely, because we do have to finalize a list of the products that will be included. But overall, as I say, Nova Scotia Loyal is bigger than the points program. I would also say, I would respectfully disagree with the idea that this is unproven. While I would certainly acknowledge that it is a different model than President's Choice points, and that does indeed lead to a little more of a complex field in terms of the relationship between vendor and the source of the rewards, i.e. we hope to involve many different vendors across the province, from the roadside farmers market or community farmers market to, frankly, the grocery stores. But we know that when you use a loyalty card at an existing retailer, for instance, you generally redeem those points at that same store from that same business. So that is definitely a divergence and has created a challenge. We have looked to best practices largely within Canada in terms of how various rewards programs are working, and that has helped to inform our work. But so I would argue it is not at all unproven. At the same time, the particular angle that we are taking is quite innovative.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So one of the biggest criticisms in point programs is that they harvest a lot of data. That's why grocery stores and corporations use them to find out about consumer spending patterns. I'm wondering if your office has consulted the Information and Privacy Commissioner or made specific plans about how to protect people's personal information.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Economic Development. Sorry about that.
Just say possibilities, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for the question. To the member to this point, we have not taken the program for the review of the Information Privacy Commissioner, but we will to ensure, again, that we are being mindful of our obligations as government for the privacy of our citizens. We do have a different objective. You are absolutely right that the points and loyalty cards used by various corporations are increasingly oriented to collecting data that helps them further achieve greater sales or whatever their particular objectives would be. While certainly our objective is to increase the purchase of locally grown, made or substantially produced goods, we really aren't coming from it because we aren't a corporation, we really aren't coming at this in quite that same way. At the same time, we will wish to respectfully and properly be able to collect a certain level of data, because therein we will be able to properly assess how the initiative will be working. We'll be able to assess the return on investments made in Nova Scotia Loyal. But I would just assure you that check-in with the Privacy Commissioner will take place.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I thank the minister for that answer. So moving on, your mandate letter included within the first 6 months of your mandate, review alternative investment and attraction mechanisms and structures that will support our community and deliver the most efficient and accountable format for economic development. I'm wondering if the minister can give me a sense of what alternative investment and attraction mechanisms and structures have been reviewed.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. We have in the delivery of this mandate item, we have sort of flipped the who's on first or what comes first, in that we have, as part of a broader collective mandate across, I should say, government, to review all of our agencies, boards, and crown corporations. In looking within the Department of Economic Development, under which we have 3 crowns and Invest Nova Scotia as an additional board. So many of the deliverables, so many of those tools and mechanisms are offered and operated under the crowns. So the decision was made, shared with the Premier's office, who were in agreement on this approach forward to look substantially and progress substantially within the Crown review, and then move into the review of the mechanisms. The review of the mechanisms has now begun. The Crown review well underway. So though because in both cases it's underway, I can't speak to the outcomes at this point. What I can say is the commitment here was to look at the effectiveness, to ensure efficiency, and that ultimately results being delivered in the best possible way for the people of Nova Scotia and for our economy. We recognize that the world is an ever-changing place. So it doesn't mean that we may find a tool in the toolbox that is bad. It's not bad or good. It may be that some of the mechanisms are slightly dated, that we need to be responsive to current opportunities, that we need to fine tune. But you'll have seen already that as part of that review, our government made the decision to make the innovation rebate program, for instance, an ongoing and permanent program. In the past, there were 3 separate pilot projects, which frankly delivered very, very good results in terms of the outcomes of increased employment, heightened sales, and businesses that are ultimately more sustainable.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I want to move on and ask about internet a bit. So the PC government, according to the election platform again, said that they would subsidize the cost of installation of satellite for anyone who doesn't have a connection by 2022. Develop expected this number to be in the range of 23,000 homes and businesses yet to be connected, and the cost of that would be $13.7 million. I'm curious about whether we, from a FOIPOP, understand that in October, in a meeting with the Premier, yeah, that's right, a meeting with the Premier, that Develop estimated that 4,500 homes and businesses would still be underserved by 2023-24. And I'm wondering if that's still accurate. Are we still going to have, almost 5,000 homes in the province underserved in 2023-24, or how many would be in that position? How many would be getting subsidies? I'm essentially looking for an update, and I guess included in that, I think a lot of folks in rural Nova Scotia who I've been speaking to went ahead and bought services like Starlink on their own, because in 2022, internet is not an option for most of us. Would those subsidies be retroactive to people who did that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member. A few things to parse out in regards to this one. As an MLA for a rural constituency, I don't have to go very far. I don't have to actually put on my minister's hat to know that for those Nova Scotians who at this moment are still unserved or underserved, that the connection to reliable internet cannot happen quickly enough. That said, the initiative undertaken, the Internet for Nova Scotia initiative, under the work of Develop Nova Scotia, has shown that it has been very successful, has met in spite of a lot of challenges related to the pandemic, supply issues, manpower issues. They have managed to continue to be on time and on budget. And more than that, I really feel the entire team at Develop should be commended for navigating a somewhat an ever-shifting set of sands. So when a particular project would meet an obstacle that might cause a delay, but there was an ability to shift, to move ahead another area of the province, all of those opportunities to any time to accelerate. Now, when someone learns that their community, and I could name a number again in my own constituency, but when you learn that you were expecting to be connected by the spring of 2022, and now you are shifted by 3 months in the wrong direction from your point of view and perspective, that is disappointing. And so that is another reality of these shifting sands. Nonetheless, as of the end of March, we have 87% connectivity across the province. You are correct. The numbers I have are not 4,500, but 4,300 homes that currently lie outside the agreements that we have as of this moment. But the work with pre-approved service providers continues to narrow these gaps so that alongside municipally led internet projects, we can see the way forward to pretty much 99% of Nova Scotians. And to be clear, the goal is 100%. So to that end, late in the fiscal year, an additional allocation was made to the Nova Scotia Internet Trust of $8.5 million, which is a figure that was arrived upon based on those who would be waiting longer, and in the belief of our government and to deliver on our election commitment that there will be a satellite option. The details of that are being finalized at this very moment, and I very much look forward to sharing more details soon. You are correct that in the meantime, there are Nova Scotians who have made the choice to order satellite internet for themselves. And I think I had been elected roughly 2 weeks when I heard from someone in North River, Lunenburg County, who said they had ordered satellite. And my first thought was panic. She's misunderstood. Oh my goodness, she's ordered this. And she may be thinking she's going to get a rebate, and this is money out of her household budget. So I reached out to her very quickly. And in fact, she wasn't mistaken, but she had done the math. And for that particular individual, the difference between traveling a half an hour, don't know how many kilometers, probably 40 kilometers, to a place of work, or to be able to take advantage of opportunities to work from home through the speeds that she was able to get through. It happened to be the Starlink service. She made that investment. So I realize that not all Nova Scotians might be in the position at any given moment to make that kind of investment. And we also as a government recognize that even with connectivity, even with fiber in communities, there are those for whom the monthly fees associated with connectivity are also an issue, and we are looking through other departments to continue to support all Nova Scotians who wish to be connected, being so connected.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. So I don't think anyone's making a mistake when they sign up for internet and pay for it out of pocket. I think that they are paying to access an essential service that they should have had access to based on promises of past and current governments. So I would urge the department and develop to look at that because the pace is longer than it should be, and internet is not an option. And so if your choice is an internet speed that allows you to work or one that doesn't, similar with school, so much of school now has an online or internet component. I don't think Nova Scotians are making a mistake, rural Nova Scotians, when they sign up for internet. I think they're doing what they need to do. But to that end, I think I'm glad to see the minister raise the issue of affordability. This is a conversation that I've been having with the staff at Develop for a good 4 or 5 years now. And by the way, I would echo the minister's comments that there's an outstanding team there that have worked extraordinarily hard on this project and who have been extraordinarily responsive and wonderful, honestly, to work with. And so kudos to them. And I'm sure they're in there watching with you. But they would acknowledge that we've been having this conversation about affordability. And of course, that conversation about affordability is much more salient now than it was 6 months ago or a year ago or 3 years ago as the costs for everything are rising. Part of the mandate, of this project is affordable internet. but that isn't particularly described. So what's, as we've been saying this whole session, what's affordable to one of us might not be affordable to another. There are, I mean, we saw a federal announcement today around income, around affordable internet for low-income Canadians. I have not yet had the chance to understand how many households that will cover. Here in Nova Scotia, there's a project called GEO, or Get Everyone Online, which is working to ensure that everyone has access to internet, and was really crucial for lots of kids during the pandemic who didn't have internet access. And you know, despite our entreaties to government around folks in public housing and low-income families, just couldn't find a place that that could live. And I just wonder whether the minister feels that affordable internet access is a necessity, is a basic necessity in 2022 in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, not to be too cute by half, but it's really not what the minister feels. It's what Nova Scotians feel. And in our modern world, and this was, you and I would agree, I am sure, amply highlighted during these last couple of years of the pandemic. Connectivity is important. It is important economically. One might even say essential economically, but it is also deeply important, perhaps essential, in terms of sociability, to protect people against isolation. And again, speaking to my own status and background as a rural MLA, no more can, in terms of geographic isolation, I can see it in those communities. But we know that people can also live in major centers and nonetheless feel isolated. This is one way to address this. I would also echo the value of the GEO program and note that our government has supported that program through the Department of Community Services. And I see that as an ongoing relationship where we will examine additional opportunities.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. Well, I look forward to seeing how all of that rolls out. I want to come back to some comment from the questioning yesterday, and I was tuning in, and I think I heard the minister say that the government couldn't really, that there wasn't really any more support for small business from a COVID perspective, but that the government could help businesses find efficiencies and innovations. And I just want to check if that is accurate. Like, is there really nothing in this budget to continue to assist small businesses who are struggling to recover from COVID, having trouble accessing financing, just barely staying afloat, dealing with rising costs? Is there nothing in here other than support for efficiencies and innovations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the member, no, that is not accurate. And at no point would I have communicated such a statement. Instead, what was stated in opening remarks and in response to a number of questions is that our government, myself as a minister, and senior staff with economic development will continue to engage in open and frank conversations and discussions with business. And when business would speak to an area of when they identify areas of needed support, all of these things will be considered. We know on one hand, we have been peppered with questions about economic recovery and post-pandemic recovery. And I do believe that we are in the early stages of a recovery. This is shown in the very fact that many restrictions have been lifted, and this has brought a fairly robust return to sectors that were greatly impacted by those restrictions, thinking of the food service restaurant trade, the retail trade, and we very much hope that we will look forward to a very robust tourist season this year. Additionally, investments that have been undertaken recently in terms of consumer confidence. So business actually, the feedback that I'm getting from business is help us to make those who are still feeling anxious, help us to get them back out there. And that's a delicate dance to perform, because we do know that COVID is very much in all of our communities. So we waited, we worked with public health. I can honestly say a consumer confidence campaign was ready in October, ready, pulled back, ready again, pulled back, because it was not appropriate messaging. We did not want to be operating counter to the very effective measures coming out from public health that have served our citizens and also our economy so well, in that we did not take the nosedive. The depth of depression, of economic activity, not a depression, lest I be misquoted, but that other provinces have endured. But when, in consultation with public health, when we got the go-ahead, when we knew that restrictions were being lifted last month, we have rolled out a confidence campaign, various media sources. However, even then, we have very purposely, to provide appropriate balance, tied that campaign to run alongside a campaign that reminds Nova Scotians that they do have the tools to get back out there, that reminds them that they deserve to get back out there because it is our efforts that have gotten us this far, but that they know what they have to do to keep themselves and their families safe. Yes, we can always assist all businesses can be made more sustainable, can look to innovation, can look to efficiencies to become more profitable. And so that remains a very solid avenue to assist businesses of many sizes, but it is not at all the only route. And the other thing that I would mention is in meetings with business people, real, in person, and virtual, for these past 7 months, the number one thing that I've heard again and again in terms of one of the single area of challenge has been relating to labor force. And this has spanned very skilled and technical positions to, in some cases, entry-level jobs. And certainly our government has undertaken major initiatives in that regard. And that too is a direct response to the requests from business in terms of what they need to succeed.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I only have about 15 minutes and I have a bunch more questions, so I'll move on. So there are, as the minister mentioned, a number of Crown corporations, and we won't get to all of them, but I do want to ask around the NSBI administers the innovation rebate. So one of the questions we have is how that innovation rebate program interacts with ECRA and with the Leahy Review. So the forestry innovation rebate was intended for projects that aligned with the Leahy Review. And we know that in 2020, 2021, the rebate funding went to capital upgrades for pellet operations that supply local, national, and international markets, so exporting our wood for fuel, which many would argue are not supporting sustainable forestry. And so my question is, how has and will NSBI ensure that that innovation rebate fund is administered in alignment with ECRA and with the Leahy review?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find myself longing for being in the same room with everyone last evening, but we will persevere on this platform. In answer to the member's question, the IRP program actually is probably the top of the deck in terms of its alignment with the goals of ECRA and our commitments under the Leahy report. In the pilot phases, there were 3 pilots that have now been brought together under one program, one permanent program as IRP. But as part of the Forestry Innovation Rebate Program, there was a consultation that would take place in relation to applications where staff of then, I guess, would have been DNR, were consulted to ensure that the projects were considered to be in alignment with those goals. In terms of the now permanent and ongoing innovation rebate program, the guidelines have been updated to maximize the validity of this program in terms of incenting Nova Scotia businesses to undertake work to green their waste streams, to invest in more sustainable processes. Those might be processes that require less energy than current processes. And critically, and as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions is actually among the criteria, eligible criteria for submissions under the Innovation Rebate Program. And it is significant that once again, NSBI consulted with the Department of Environment and Climate Change on these new guidelines, recognizing that this is a very clear aspect of my mandate letter deliverables, but equally that there, as is very often the case, the challenges that we face as a population, as a world, are the source of opportunities in the business community. So whether it is a product or service that addresses directly those needs, or the greening of businesses in Nova Scotia, those are major commitments under our government, and the folks at NSBI are absolutely in lockstep with the department in that regard.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. The minister mentioned a just transition in her opening and also pointed to labor force issues as sort of being among the most salient in the sector. I guess to start, and hopefully I'll get a few questions in here before my time is up, can the minister outline how a just transition is reflected in the programming and scope of the current budget, and whether, concurrent with that, I mean, a lot of those labor force issues also are related to wages. So is part of the way that a just transition is being looked at, if it is being looked at, addressing wages, and is the better paycheck guarantee a part of that? We're just trying to understand the plan.
I recognize the Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. As part of that just transition, there is a relationship certainly between this department and the Department of Labor Skills and Immigration. And it is a marriage, if you like, of identifying current and future labor needs, and then offering the opportunities for people to retrain or upskill as needed. Again, it's been brought home to me on many, many occasions, looking at the same issue of labor needs. And in some sectors, they will substitute those words and use the word talent. And those jurisdictions in the world that are able to deliver the talent, the labor force, will have a huge advantage going forward. And that is absolutely a major part of this government's plan.
I recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I just want to come back to the notion of a just transition. So we are in a climate crisis. We know that traditionally so much of our GDP, I guess, has been based on extractive industries. We are moving away from that. We are getting off of coal. We are hopefully implementing ecological forestry. We are taking a different and necessary approach, we hope, in the province. And the question is, how do we do that in a just way? So how are communities, particularly traditional resource communities and workforce, centered in that project? And what is the plan? What is the plan to transition workers? And I guess specifically, has the department met with labor, with municipalities, with First Nations, Mi'kmaq communities, and others around what this new transition looks like, what this new, and I understand this is something that bridges the Minister's Department and Labor, and so those questions will also go to the Minister across the table here later, I'm sure. But I'm curious, since the Minister did raise the notion of a just transition, what is the work happening there in this department?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. Um, Basically, what we will continue to do is have those honest and open conversations, in this case, with those sectors of our economy, as you've characterized them, extractive industries. Coming from rural Nova Scotia, I think of them as resource-based industries. But more especially, I think of them as foresters, as fishers, as miners. And it will be working with those communities that we will be able to plot the way forward. I think to the forestry industry and the goals of the Leahy report. And I have told many people that a small woodlot owner in Nova Scotia, by and large, lives and breathes the tenets of biodiversity. So that may be somebody that does not have to transition out of a industry, but transition into a different way of doing things or new markets for the products that they are able to harvest. It's essential that we have those relationships and those conversations, that we start to understand what skills exist and where there are alignments between current skills in industries that may be changing or waning, or no longer serving our planet or overall social welfare, but they have skills that can be used, and it will be up to us to identify our needs and to match people. And as far as the Department of Economic Development, you're absolutely right. This is something that definitely crosses departments, but not simply to labor skills and immigration either. We are constantly in conversation and communication with Department of Natural Resources, with fisheries and agriculture, with environment and climate change, so that we can take a very comprehensive approach to this issue.
10 seconds to go. I can recognize the member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks. I think that's all the time I have. Thank you so much to the minister and the department for your answers this evening. Turn it over to my colleague here.
Wonderful. I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the member for Northside Westmount. The time now is 5:22.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, we're going to go back to, we're going to skip the previous question I had asked you, and we're going to go to Nova Scotia Loyal. So what consultations have been had on this program, specifically with business community? So CFIB, chambers, partnerships, RENs. Can you tell me what consultations have happened?
I recognize the honorable member, or honorable minister, sorry, for economic development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the member, there has been a great deal of consultation that has taken place to date. Some of it is well, certainly within government or in terms of the Department of Economic Development, arm's length from our department, by which I mean the Department of Agriculture representatives have spoken with their sector and communities. Similarly, the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture. We have consulted, and I would say in a very somewhat preliminary way with the Wrens. They are certainly aware of the goals of this program, and I would say are quite excited by it. Without solicitation, we had a number of sectoral organizations reach out. We were in government only a number of weeks that the Canadian Manufacturers Association reached out. Now, that's kind of beyond the scope of certainly the loyalty incentive program, but they were very interested, very keen to be a part of a movement that would recognize, help to recognize in part just the diversity of production that takes place in Nova Scotia. As we begin the early stages of rolling out this program, there will be more consultation. So there will essentially be I'll call it a pilot stage, wherein we will be collecting a great deal of data, again, with the overall goal to have the best possible, most effective and impactful program to deliver.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
So that's just as I suspected. So there's no direct consultation with the organizations that support business, that work with businesses on a daily basis, and will consult as we roll out. So we don't even know if they really wanted a program like this. But I'm going to move on in the essence of time.
Take your time.
Okay. Minister, how would you measure success of the Nova Scotia Loyal program?
I recognize the honorable minister for economic development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it is not lost on me that every time the honorable member or the member wants to make a comment and move on, it means he wishes to say something and not provide the opportunity to respond. But in the interest of time, I too will move on to this question. There are a number of benchmarks that come into play in terms of measuring the success of Nova Scotia Loyal. We've been very forthcoming that the goal of this program is to achieve a 10% shift in consumer habits to locally grown or substantially produced made items. So as we have developed this program, our economists have looked at a number of categories, and they've created estimates in terms of the level of local consumption as of this time, and therefore getting that important benchmark from which to measure any future growth. One of those, just as an example, so if we look at agri-food, beverages, and this would be non-alcoholic beverages, and it would not include dairy, which is a supply managed good and is otherwise categorized. But we know as of this point in time that Nova Scotians consume $98 million in Nova Scotia made beverages. So we have the benchmark where, all things being equal, we would want to get that up around 110 million. So we are very invested and we want to be able to assess our program and be able to know where it has worked. And if there are subsectors where it is, for whatever reason, more meaningful or less impactful, we want to be able to adjust this. This is not a program that's being developed for a moment in time. But we see it as something that will be ongoing, but we have made that directive of a 10% shift. Additionally, the points program itself will provide us, without trying to improperly mine the data of our consumers, we will be able to obtain data through the program that will speak to the sales for which someone used a loyalty. I mean, you see me making a swipe gesture, but for which a Nova Scotia loyal card has been used.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, given the fact that inflation is at 5.7%, and pricing is going through the roof, you should have no trouble meeting your 10% based on dollars. I think a more appropriate measure might be on quantity, but I'll leave that to you and the experts. So with regards to, so you kind of opened the conversation there on the points card. So many retailers in the country are foregoing their points card systems. They're very costly to maintain. With privacy legislation, there's a lot of rules and regulations around those. And many of those retailers are actually consolidating. So for instance, most people will carry an Air Miles card. Most people will carry a President's Choice card. So why do you think consumers want to carry another card?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've hit on a few things, and I would like to try to address as many of them as possible. First, on the idea that we would misuse inflation to cook our own books on this growth. I have no interest in taking advantage of that situation. In fact, what I will acknowledge is that with rising inflation, it becomes even harder for people, perhaps, to make decisions that are not strictly based on price. So getting back to our favorite fruit, blueberries, it comes down to if they can be shipped in from another part of the world and sold at a big box outlet for X, but the Nova Scotia blueberries, which will always taste better, but will cost X plus something, we are coming at this at a time when we have, in a sense, encountered potentially a little more resistance to that. All that said, I also know, and the pandemic period has doubled down on this, that Nova Scotians are themselves loyal, that we do band together, that we like to cheer for each other, and we like to support each other. And so though this was very much a healthcare election that brought us into government, among those who wanted to talk about other issues, they were very interested in the idea of this program. I have a heck of a lot of loyalty cards in my wallet, even more than those that you've answered. And I don't even consider myself to be among the most devoted of people to those points cards. But we're going to make this fun, feel good, and meaningful. And that is going to be an extraordinary combination that is going to make this a significant program for our economy.
The member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly in no way was I insinuating that you would be intentionally cooking the books, but using dollars inadvertently will help you cook the books. So I would go with quantity if I was you, but anyway. So the next piece that I want to talk about is still on the loyalty card. So again, not sure why we would want to recreate that wheel as a government. Though there are many partners that we could partner with, and since there already is a PC card, I thought maybe you might want to, maybe use that piece because people are used to using those points, and contrary to something you said earlier, they don't all spend those points. PC points are now used at Esso stations. They're also used at Shoppers Drug Mart, and they're also used at Loblaw stores. So you could tie into those air miles. The only thing I can figure, I guess, is that maybe it doesn't have the Premier's picture on them, but to recreate a new program and a whole new set of technologies just seems like a waste of taxpayer money. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I never thought of having the Premier's face on the card. Thank you for that. That's an idea that I'll take under consideration. To the member, we have consulted with a number of the current businesses that currently use very effectively rewards cards, but we don't want to tell Nova Scotians where to shop. And we want this program to be as inclusive and impactful as possible for Nova Scotian consumers and for Nova Scotia businesses. And you raised before briefly, and it was the point I overlooked, so I'm glad for the opportunity to come back to it, in terms of the costs to businesses and how particularly small businesses are looking at where they can save and might be even pulling back on some of their costs in relation to credit cards or loyalty cards or these types of things. We also know that at a venue such as a community farmers market, there are certainly vendors that take advantage of applications such as Square Up, where they can put the little widget in the bottom of their iPhone and take credit card or debit transactions. But there are still many vendors that operate solely on cash. In some of the farmers markets venues, notably those that are outside, operate outside in the weather, they don't necessarily have an ideal situation to access Wi-Fi and other services of that nature. So it's essential to the design of this program that we find a way to for both the consumer to access the program, but also for the vendors to be able to use it. We have found out, as an example in our research, that an apple at most of the big box stores, when you scan an apple is an apple is an apple. So we are not, there will be a way to count the piece of produce. So again, we have very much taken into consideration the volume, the value, not necessarily only the dollar cost. So as again, to have a fair and robust assessment. The idea when we deal with businesses and we consider applications for support of businesses, and we are looking for returns on investments, co-investments with government or otherwise, we hold ourselves to the absolute same standard, and we want to be able to say what every dollar that goes into the Nova Scotia Loyal program, what comes out the other side. And we are confident that these dollars will be well invested, and we will work toward the goal of the 10% shift. And we will measure that shift in an absolutely fair and transparent process.
Before I recognize the member, let's keep the questions direct and no unparliamentary comments about the Premier and the, okay? Okay, thank you. I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my unparliamentary comment. But I would like to give the minister a little retail grocery lesson. I've spent many years working in the retail grocery industry. My entire family, wife and daughter, both worked in grocery industry, and an apple is an apple is an apple is not actually true. Every apple has its own code. Every fruit, every vegetable have their own code, even blueberries. Those codes are the same across all retailers. So that mechanism is already there for you to track. There's no issue with that. But that's not my question. My question is around the idea of baselines. And you talked about, you gave us one example of a baseline. I would love, and because in the instance of time, I'm not going to ask you to go through them all, but if you could table a list of those baselines for Nova Scotia Loyal in the House, that would be wonderful. But my question is around, so I'll ask you if you could do that. That's part A. Part B is around small businesses and costs. So you mentioned a lot of organizations, from large retailers to small retailers, farmers markets, that'll all be able to participate. Will you commit as a Minister of Economic Development that there will be no costs on the backs of all of these businesses to participate in Nova Scotia Loyal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. Certainly, there will be no intended costs to our business partners. We are working very hard to design a program that is easy to participate in, that will be of benefit to participating businesses and various vendors. And so in that sense, any costs would be incidental. As regards the list, at the time of the launch of the program, I will be happy to table that list. At this point, it is still in the scoping phase and would not be available at this time.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Minister, for those answers, and appreciate your time, and thank you to the staff. I'm now going to turn it over to my colleague, the MLA for Sydney Member 2.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Minister. I appreciate the opportunity to ask you a few questions. And I know that you have a whole bunch of people around you that are supporting you, so welcome to all of you as well. I'm going to be a little bit all over the map with some of my questions because I don't have a lot of time, but there are some things that I kind of think about kind of with the climate that we're living in now and some of the important infrastructure for the island. I'm always bringing the Cape Breton side of things to most of the conversations. But I do want to start on energy. So, and when I talk about energy, I talk about not only our new innovative things we're looking at when it comes to wind and solar and some of the newer technology, but I'm also looking at our traditional resources, and I'm really looking kind of for your thoughts on where we stand. I'm more of a conversationalist when it comes to this stuff, so I won't have really direct questions. I'll be looking more for your own thoughts on things, but what I'm seeing, just based on what I've been involved with, is, you know, there's opportunities, of course, on the green energy side. For myself, I was involved with a lot when it came to the wind procurements, the solar program, the work with First Nations, where we're retrofitting about 2,800 homes over the next 10 years. But I also look at the traditional side, because I was involved with those conversations around Guysborough when it came to the potential around natural gas, looking at the potential of our mining sector, which employs thousands of Nova Scotians. So I'm looking at, I guess my first question really would be is that, where do you see our traditional resource base in the economic mix with this government? It is a balance. There is social license that comes with many of these things as we transition, but I'm just curious on your thoughts, because there is supply issues in the world now, especially with gas. There has been some conversations that I'm just following the media about, you know, some of these countries, and, you know, everybody's in the transition, but some of these natural resources are still needed in their energy mix. So I'm curious on your thoughts and what your plans are around trying to support our traditional energy sector when it comes to economic development. That's my first question.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the honorable member for the question. While as mainlanders, particularly on the South Shore, we do not have the particular history and traditions associated with the mining sector. I do come from a very an area of the province that has historically been very resource industry dependent, and I have grown up amongst these, I think, rightfully proud people in terms of the hard work that they have done. And when we face transitions in industries, I think we do our best job when we are sensitive to those proud traditions which go deep into the very fabric and heart of community. Certainly when we think of Cape Breton, we acknowledge among the resource industries the history of mining. And we do know that we have a goal of getting off coal and importantly, moving to 80% of renewables by 2030. And it is absolutely essential that we work with the individuals and the communities currently engaged in those industries and work cooperatively to transition. Not just, it's not simply away from coal, but it's into what next, so that we can both treat their skills as the assets that they are, and help them retain their personal pride and commitment to work that is very typical across Nova Scotia, and particularly in those resource industries. I definitely applaud the investments of the previous government in various green energy sources. I hope the day comes when we can truly tap the tides, the power of the tides in the Bay of Fundy. We continue as a province to work on that. And we continue to increase capacity for energy from sources such as wind and solar. With all of the wind, and I know in Cape Breton, you know it as well as I know on the South Shore, we have lots of it, and not just at Province House. We are the Saudi Arabia of wind. So we have to, again, look at that asset and leveraging that asset to help us through this time of transition, I think, to something like green hydrogen. And it is essential that if we're going to go into hydrogen, we don't want it to be blue, we want it to be green. Therefore, the sources of turning water into wine, water into hydrogen, we need to ensure that we have sufficient green energy for the demands of that process. I think that when it comes to Cape Breton Island, Nova Scotia as a whole, but Cape Breton Island in particular, there are many opportunities that could be found in and around green energy sources, particularly green hydrogen, but equally battery technologies. Again, we're very fortunate in this province to have one of the world's leading battery labs under Dr. Jeffrey Dawn at Dalhousie. We have to leverage that research work into as many opportunities that lead to sustainable employment as part of this new world as possible. But I am very optimistic of our ability to do that in a way that can be a broad-based broad-based impact across Nova Scotia. And I will just also throw out the Verschuren Center, which on a corner of the CBU campus, and the work that they continue to do in the bio-industrial economy, and the opportunities that will come from the acceleration of startup enterprises and research at the Verschuren.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Minister, I appreciate your answer, and I would appreciate at some point having a longer conversation with you just around some of my thoughts, because it's not just, and maybe I wasn't clear enough, it's not just about coal and Cape Breton. Like we are in a situation now where North America is really trying to get supply over to Europe. The countries have been asking for support. Unfortunately, with the devastation that's happening over in Ukraine right now, there's a big shift in the supply chain that you're starting to see in Nova Scotia, particularly in some of the stuff I was involved with. And this is going to be a lead into my next question, is that our forestry product needs a home. As I said, our mining resources, 6,000 plus families are involved with mining, whether it's gold or what was coal at one point, not now, but gold and copper and zinc. There's lots of opportunities for us to not only look at green energy from the wind turbine and the windmill or the battery to the actual elements in the ground that we need to actually get it out of the ground in an environmentally sound way to help support some of that construction. I always say, people ask me about gold mines, there's 20 different metals in your cell phone, right? So these are the things that we always kind of have thought about. So as I lead into that, it goes into infrastructure. And this is something that you and I were kind of talking about as we left the legislature last night, because it's not just a Cape Breton issue. It is a bigger issue in Cape Breton when it comes to the rail, but infrastructure itself. We have 3 ports really of opportunity that I've talked about in my time, which was the Halifax port, the Guysborough area, the Strait, that area, and as well CBRM. All have port potential or some capacity using port now. So I'll ask you kind of your thoughts around the port infrastructure that we have, what your plans are for it, but also I have to do this as a Cape Bretoner. Just before we left government, we were really heavy into the conversation around the rail. From Sydney to St. Peter's, there were a number of studies that were being looked at. There were finalized numbers that were being looked at for that infrastructure. And will you commit today to rebuilding the railway in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the honorable member, that was cheekier than you suggested as we left the legislature last night. But as the honorable member knows, the previous government and continued through this government has been paying $30,000 a month to retain the corridor, the rail corridor referenced sometimes as the Cape Breton subdivision, to retain that potential connectivity. Now, the honorable member would know as well as I do that we are maintaining the corridor in terms of the geographic corridor. The tracks have not been removed, but it's certainly not to suggest that we could bring a train down those same tracks anytime soon. Will I commit to rebuilding the railway? I will certainly commit to working with proponents in Cape Breton and across Nova Scotia in terms of some opportunities that I have seen that have struck me as very, very viable plans that rely on the reactivation of that railway corridor. We, as a province, I would say it's fair to say we do not want to see if that railway line is reinvigorated. We don't want to see it stop at the edge of the mainland. But I will absolutely commit to working with the Cape Breton business community in terms of some of the what I think are very viable and excellent opportunities relating to that rail line and the Port of Sydney. I will, lest I be beaten to a pulp by the member for Eastern Shore, I will add to your list of ports the Port of Sheet Harbour. Which is a slightly different asset, but an asset that is actually held by NSBI, and which our government continues to work to see that asset better leveraged in terms of opportunities for employment and industry in our province. And of course, we have many smaller ports that serve different needs, but taking your point about ports of international interface for shipping, these are important opportunities for our province. And I would only add that I have watched with great interest as this past year, cities, ports along the US East Coast, really investing in infrastructure improvements and expansions. I believe that though we may not see it in terms of traffic of this moment, that as things resume, as we come out of the pandemic and address some very real supply chain issues that were witnessed during that time, that there is going to be sufficient opportunity for growth in shipping, and Nova Scotia's location on the East Coast here, connected then to viable rail, would put us in a very good position to take advantage of that business.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Minister. I appreciate your question, or your answer. There really is going to be a lot of opportunity in that shift of the supply chain, where you're going to see jurisdictions across the water that are looking for new ways to get resources. So it's going to be very interesting to follow as we go. And I just think that from a province perspective, if we have the infrastructure in place, that Nova Scotia really could be one of those international leaders in helping to shift the resources that are necessary to the countries that need them. So I'm sure I'll be watching closely. I don't know how much time I have left, Mr. Chair. I kind of wish I came in a little earlier, but one of the other pieces of infrastructure that's important for the eastern part of Nova Scotia is highways. So we're seeing the work now done between New Glasgow and Antigonish. I can tell you, as somebody who drives that, has driven that route for 7 years, probably 40 plus times a year. It's great to see that infrastructure. It matters a lot to the family members in those communities who have advocated for years for it to happen. Tragically, losing family members as a result of that stretch of highway. My question is there an outlook, or is there a thought around? We now have Antigonish to New Glasgow, but there was some conversation about Antigonish to the Causeway, which would be the next section, which probably be similar in distance, probably 35 to 40 kilometers of divided highway between Antigonish, because that's one of the biggest issues for many of our supply folks on the island and stuff, is that the roads, you either have Route 4 or Route 5, and then you're just on 2-lane roads until you hit that divided highway. So is there any talk or any thought, and I know you're only early in your mandate, but that piece of corridor would be the logical next step, dividing from Antigonish to the Causeway?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the honourable member, I must be honest that issue, while it makes a great deal of sense to me, certainly transportation of goods, whether internally within the province or ultimately en route to destinations and markets outside of our province, is very essential. I would, though, have to defer on this one to the Minister of Public Works, who may have a better viewpoint. I must say that the conversations to date have been much more dominated by considerations in and around the rail lines than the roadways in terms of economic development discussions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I don't really have one particular theme with these questions. I never thought I was going to have the chance to ask a few, but here I am. One of the other things, or one of the other important topics I think for economic development is, of course, giving our First Nations as much opportunity to help promote and support entrepreneurship. And probably one of the proudest things that I was involved with, and a lot of work went into it with a lot of good staff in government, is when we signed the agreement where we would retrofit 2,800 homes in Mi'kmaq communities across the province. It was a $40 million investment. It was very significant to those communities. And we always kind of said that we wanted those communities to become the entrepreneurs. We wanted to train. We wanted to ensure that all the opportunities that were possible were given to those communities. So I guess my question or your thoughts around how do we get those, how do we bring in those communities, work with all 13 Mi'kmaq communities across Nova Scotia to help ensure that as much of that opportunity stays within those communities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the member for the question, because I think anytime that we think about the economy and our province generally, we have an opportunity and equally a responsibility to think about the province that we want to be. And this is particularly true, I think, when you come through a time of major change or upheaval, such as has been the experience through the pandemic. So I think it is responsibility of government to take this moment in time. And again, looking through a lens of inclusion and equity, how can we ensure, how can I as minister help to ensure that the opportunities of which we are speaking and the acknowledgement that there is much opportunity for our province today and as we move ahead into the future, and how do we ensure that those opportunities are available to truly all Nova Scotians. And we definitely equally in having such a conversation can point to communities that have been disadvantaged. Those would include African Nova Scotian communities and the Indigenous communities and racialized, but also other marginalized communities. Equally, because you have asked about Indigenous communities in particular, and I think about the area that the constituency that you represent in the legislature, and among business leaders in Nova Scotia, there is no one I consider with higher regard than Chief Paul. And I look, excuse me, to what he has, I'm not choking up. I do like him, but I'm not choking up. To what he has accomplished at Member 2. I think that it is essential for us to meet people where they are at. And it is something that in these early months of the mandate, that there just has not been sufficient time to have all of the meetings that I must have as minister. Certainly communicate with the minister responsible for LNU affairs. But again, getting to that meet people where they're at, those are conversations that have to take place directly with those communities. We need to understand their aspirations and what is meaningful to them, and better understand directly from them the assets that they hold that we can assist them and support them to leverage that will see them succeed, whether that's socially or economically. So those are frankly conversations that need to be undertaken. There is no time to waste, so I look forward to doing that as soon as possible. But I am very mindful that as a white woman, I do not know their experience. I've read reports that have been authored by people in the Indigenous community, but I look forward to conversations directly with those communities about real ways that this government can support and empower them from an economic perspective.
You have 14 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to ask,
Oh.
actually, so we only have 14 minutes left?
Yep, I recognize the honorable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I appreciate your questions. I'm going to pass it over now for the final 10 minutes of our time to the member from, and I'm Colchester North, right? No, sorry. Mr. Taggart, I'm sorry. Cumberland North, I'm sorry, Cumberland North. Anyway, Minister, thank you. I look forward to us having some further conversations as we move forward, so appreciate your time.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Now he's running away.
I'm running away now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I've got a couple of questions here. I'm wondering if you would be able to share with us a little bit about Thrive and the Thriving Communities program that is being administered or through Dalhousie, and how communities might be able to apply for funding for that and for what types of projects.
I recognize the honorable minister for economic development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. Yes, the Thriving Communities involves funding to community-led initiatives, stimulus funding to basically kickstart, restart activity based on main streets and waterfronts. So to date, there has been support for projects in places like Inverness, in Lewisburg, Pictou. I think one of the things that I remember reading in relation to the Lewisburg project that just struck me as, of course, it makes such great sense that they are in the process of moving or have moved the ticket kiosk for the Fortress of Louisburg to the waterfront. So to ensure that there is that stop and that the businesses in that vicinity, that you are not driving just that far out of the main community and purchasing your ticket elsewhere. In a sense, such a small, but I am absolutely sure such an impactful change that will come from that. So this was a $5 million fund that was set up as part of overall COVID support funding managed through the Dow Fund. At this point, I understand there is a commitment of roughly 4 million of that 5 million. So there may well be another intake opportunity I understand in the weeks to come. It is something that will be coming to my desk for consideration. And I would only add that, if there are communities in your constituency that would be interested, it is about leveraging funds. So it is monies that is usually matched within the community, but I would certainly be very happy to help connect you to further details in terms of any future application intake period.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North with 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that information. We have so many projects, either in the initial phases or part way through. Listening to you describe that program, I'm thinking about Pugwash. Pugwash has a estuary and a yacht club sort of / marina project, and Develop Nova Scotia did come up and meet with the Commodore and a few others, and we're quite interested in developing the waterfront there. And we do have municipal funds, private funds, as well as federal funds from ACOA, but currently no provincial funds for the project. So I know Develop Nova Scotia had come up and met with them, but that was pre-COVID. So we haven't been able to sort of connect again since then, but that might be an opportunity to further help support that development project that's currently going on. And it will happen with or without provincial funding, but I think it would be really great for the province to be at the table too for that great project in Pugwash. So thank you for that information, and I will share it with that community group, and maybe we'll try to connect. There's so many other projects I could ask about. I guess one area that I think has great economic potential, untapped economic potential, is something that many other rural MLAs probably would agree with me, is the off-highway vehicle trail system. And in Cumberland County, we have very large, active off-highway vehicle trail committees. But one of the challenges we have is we don't have trail connectivity, so that prevents us from printing maps and marketing our area for this sort of industry. And one of the missing links is over the Trans-Canada Highway, sort of between, so Cumberland South, in the member that works in Cumberland South, they have very developed trails. We have very developed trails from Tidnish to, say, Tatamagouche, but we're lacking that connectivity across the Trans-Canada Highway. So I've been proposing a sidewalk or a bridge across the Trans-Canada Highway for two reasons. One, for the off-highway vehicle trail connection, which I think could bring millions of dollars, not just to Cumberland County, but to Nova Scotia. But also for accessibility, which I realize wouldn't be under your department, but our hospital has not had walking access to our hospital since it was built 15 years ago, because it was built on the the main population of Amherst is 10,000, and the hospital, we love it, but it was built on the other side of the Trans-Canada Highway. So we have people going in their scooters and walking, and it's just a miracle that no one's been killed. But I'd love to have a bridge or some sort of, or a tunnel under the highway. But that off-highway vehicle trail connectivity would make such a difference, because we could then market Cumberland County and Nova Scotia as a place to come with your four-wheelers and spend your money at our restaurants and hotels. So I don't know if the minister has any comments to that idea.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the member. I absolutely acknowledge the considerable value that is already proven, but again, I think it's a situation where there is even greater potential for these networks for off-highway vehicles. And I've seen it in my own constituency, and I will say Her Worship Mayor Carolyn Bolivar Getson, Mayor of the Municipality of the District of Lunenburg, is one of the strongest advocates for these corridors and the importance of safe connectivity that aligns these corridors and the economic activity that stems from these corridors. And equally, I've seen firsthand how undesirable and, in fact, dangerous it can be when, in the absence of a properly engineered for safety connection, that, you know, in situations where there is a need to cross another roadway, you know, just how dangerous a situation can be left, because people, in the absence of a properly designed and executed, whether it's a bridge or another intersection, people will make their own, and we have seen tragic results in cases where people just start to adapt themselves. So from an economic perspective, absolutely, there is a proven value and potential for growth in that kind of, it's a subset of tourism activity, really. And whether through this department or through CCTH, and there's also an alignment with Public Works. We see as well, you've mentioned your hospital, we've seen active transportation corridors developed in various communities that address the kind of situation that you are describing, where there is a need to overpass or underpass an existing roadway. And I'd be happy to speak with you more about that.
Less than 30 seconds. I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. In 26 seconds, I will just say I am so excited to learn more and watch your Buy Local program. And I am very passionate about us improving our food security here in Nova Scotia for both the health and wellness of our people, but also for our economy. And I don't know if the department's done a cost-benefit analysis of investment and versus the outcome, but there's huge potential economic spin-offs if just by us improving our local food supply, not just for food security, but also economic benefits. So I'll end with those comments. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Before concluding the consideration of estimates for tonight, I invite the minister to offer closing remarks and then read the department's estimates resolution. I recognize the Minister for Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will be brief because this process hasn't been. However, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the team of people who gathered behind me uh, last evening and those that happened to be sitting before me in this slightly different environment today. They are just a selection of the overall team that exists within the Department of Economic Development and our crown corporations, our agencies, the various volunteer boards. And they are people who, in my experience of these first few months in government, have shown me that day after day, they bring their best. And I have often contemplated how I could ever help to share with the public at large to release them from any false notions they may have about stereotypes of people working in certain environments. That these folks are devoted, that they work a long day, that they wake up and are already thinking about this province, its opportunities, the solutions to its challenges as they put their legs in their pants in the mornings. And I have always built teams in my work prior to government based on that's the kind of person that I desired to bring into a team. I found one here. And I think that that bodes very well when aligned with an overall government and more so a business community in Nova Scotia that is, in spite of all of the trials and tribulations and challenges of the last couple of years in particular, is still speaking to me with optimism, still speaking to me of opportunities. And while even acknowledging the challenges they may face. And I've often said with a little bit of a wry smile, optimism does not always come easily to a blue noser. In my hometown of Lunenburg, I've gone so far as to say, if you drink enough of the water, you become a terrible skeptic. This is a major shift for Nova Scotia. It is itself an asset that we must leverage and we must preserve, because optimism is also a perishable and we don't want to lose this. So I truly thank my extended team for their work and their engagement and their kindnesses to me in helping to bring me up to speed to this point, and look forward to continuing to work with them.
I'll ask the minister to read her department's estimates and resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $96,529,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Economic Development pursuant to the estimate.
Shall Resolution E5 stand? All those in favor say agree. Those opposed say opposed. The resolution stands. Thank you, Minister, for your time today. We're going to adjourn for a 8-minute break, and we'll start again at 6:35. Thank you.
See you soon.
Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It's now 6:36 p.m. The Subcommittee is meeting to consider the estimates for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development as outlined in Resolution E6. Being resolved that the sum not exceeding $1,751,280,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development to make opening remarks up to 1 hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. It's my pleasure to be here and to take questions about the estimates of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. Before we begin questions, I want to speak to you about the department's key priorities. I want to provide context and insight so you are aware of our work and how we intend to enhance already strong public education systems and our early childhood and learning development. Nova Scotians can take pride in their education and childcare systems, pride in where we are today, and pride in the work we are doing now and in the coming fiscal year to make these systems even better. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce the people in the room with me. Sarah Halliday is the Acting Associate Deputy Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development. Melissa Kanovic is our Director of Education, Funding, and Partnerships. Sarah and Melissa will assist me today in answering your questions. If there are any questions we cannot answer, we commit to providing you with the information in a timely manner. First, I'd like to speak to you about some highlights from my department's 2022-2023 budget. These highlights speak to the commitment of our government to make life more affordable for families and create conditions and opportunities for families and children to thrive in Nova Scotia. Specifically, I'd like to mention the following. $113.2 million investment in childcare, which will allow us to lower fees for families, create more spaces, and enhance after-school care, part of the federal provincial agreements related to childcare. $700,000 to provide more subsidies to help eligible families pay for licensed childcare. $5.5 million more for our pre-primary program to meet enrollment growth. $15 million more to continue implementing the recommendations from the Commission on Inclusive Education to create a more inclusive education system. $2.1 million to continue the new Healthy Schools grant for all public schools. $570,000 for more public education system settlement services, including English as additional language teachers and interpretation and translation services. $175.3 million in the overall government budget to build and renovate schools across the province. Additionally, we are meeting our commitment to grow skilled trades in our province and to strengthen our workforce and our businesses by investing $750,000 more for skilled trades in schools programs, including promotion efforts to double the number of students in the programs, as well as more supplies and resources for these centers. These are the types of investments that will benefit all Nova Scotians. Top of mind for many is still the impact that COVID-19 has had on our students. I'd like to take a few minutes to speak about our back to school plan, the impact of COVID-19 on the education system, and how teachers, staff, students, families, and administrators have coped and in many cases excelled over the last year. We know that the last 2 years have been tremendously challenging for everyone. The education sector is no different. But within this challenging environment, a lot of hard work has taken place to keep children in school, to keep our staff and students safe, to ensure that learning and associated social, emotional, and physical development associated with in-person learning goes ahead. Our education system and its staff, students, and families have learned to shift as needed between in-person learning and at-home learning. Staff in the department, staff in the regions, and staff in the CSAP have learned to work closely with public health to ensure that the latest public health advice is being followed. Our back to school plan has guided staff and students in a way that creates the right environment for learning in the middle of a pandemic. With Dr. Strang, his team, Nova Scotia Health, the IWK Health Center, and the IWK Pediatric Advisory Table, we have kept our students in schools and learning for most of the school year. For students, most students, in-person learning is the best learning. And Nova Scotia has a fantastic record for keeping our students in their schools. We learned during the pandemic about the importance of the supports that students receive in the education system. These supports help students intellectually, emotionally, socially. They help with their physical well-being. And while we shift to at-home learning if needed, it is not our preferred model. Learning from home, while necessary at times for COVID reasons, has had different impact for different students. Experts tell us, and we agree, that the best place for children is in the classroom. And on that basis, our back to school plan has kept kids in school. Thank you to our teachers, our students, our staff, families, and all of those people who have helped ensure a successful school year in Nova Scotia. As we finish this school year, we will keep monitoring the impacts of COVID-19. We will keep working with public health and listening to public health as to what is best for our students and staff so that we can finish this year strong. I'm confident in our work and confident in our approach. Next, I'd like to provide a general overview of the department. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is responsible for the development and education of our young people from birth to high school graduation. To support that development, we want our schools to be welcoming and inclusive places that celebrate all abilities and support the well-being and achievement of every student. And I'm pleased to say that Budget 2022-2023 builds on the department's work of ensuring our children receive the education and support they need, particularly during this challenging time. This year's budget for the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development is $1.75 billion. This represents an increased investment over last year of about $160 million, or 10%. My department's budget reflects our commitment and investments in our early years and public education systems. Investments that will make a real difference in the lives of children, students, and families. We've allocated a total of $253 million this year for early learning and childcare. This includes a $113 million investment in childcare, all fully recoverable through our agreements with the federal government. It also includes a $700,000 increase to provide more subsidies to help eligible families pay for licensed childcare, and a $5.5 million increase for the pre-primary program to meet enrollment growth. There is money for new childcare spaces, especially in underserved areas of Nova Scotia. We will also enhance wages and benefits for early childhood educators this year. We will continue to reduce fees for families, and we will continue to enhance before and after school care for our youngest learners. This work is part of our 5-year journey through the agreements to transform the delivery of childcare. Our goal is to provide families with access to affordable, inclusive, and quality childcare. And as recently as April 1st, we moved ahead with a 25% fee reduction for parents accessing licensed funded childcare. In addition, parents will receive a check or credit from their center reflecting the retroactive reduction from January to March. All parents who access childcare through licensed funded centers, regardless of household income, will have access to this fee reduction. This represents a savings for parents of between $3 to $10.50 per day per child, based on the child's age, or approximately $200 a month. It is also important to note that the subsidy program remains in place for all licensed childcare centers. We have more than 5,300 children in subsidized spaces, and with the 25% fee reductions, the fees for 530 of those children is now $0 a day. I want to repeat that. The parents and guardians of 530 children now have fully subsidized childcare. This is the first fee reduction on our way to achieving $10 a day care on average for families by 2026. It is a major step towards making childcare more affordable and more accessible for all parents. The fee reduction is offered through licensed funded centers, and I'm pleased to say that centers representing 99% of childcare spaces in the province have signed this year's funding agreement. Ultimately, our vision is childcare that cares for everyone: families, children, early childhood educators, and our operators. That's why we took the time to listen to the childcare sector and offer a 2022-2023 funding agreement that provides sustainable funding to support the reduction of parent fees, and a one-time grant to offset pressures. We've also committed to creating a new early learning and childcare engagement table to ensure that voices in the sector are heard as we move forward together to transform childcare. To date, we have had a great response to the call for applications and look forward to its implementation. We value those who work in childcare. Our early childhood educators do amazing work, and it is time that they are fully compensated and fairly compensated. Work continues on Nova Scotia's Excellence in Early Childhood Education Workforce Strategy, which will result in higher wages and benefits for early childhood educators. We are excited about this work and remain on track for fall. ECEs are in demand across the country. Wages and benefits are a critical part of attracting and retaining educators, and this is a top priority. Through the ECE Workforce Strategy, we have also awarded approximately $1.4 million in bursaries to over 250 full-time ECE diploma students and have fully funded over 400 seats in the Accelerated ECE Diploma Program. The Accelerated program allows those working in the sector to continue working while earning their ECE diploma. Building our workforce will help us achieve our commitment of 1,500 new not-for-profit spaces this year, making childcare more accessible across the province, most notably in underserved areas. We also offer other supports to the childcare sector. The pandemic has challenged us all, and that's no different for childcare centers. This year, we provided nearly $8 million of emergency funding relief to the childcare sector to ensure centers maintain viability. All of our investments are needed, and all of them are creating opportunities for women and for families to return to the workforce because they have a safe place to put their children. Our investments support the employment of thousands of ECEs working in regulated childcare across the province. This is good news for the economy and for the workforce, part of our overall efforts to support this sector and the families who use these services. Now I'd like to speak to you about our public education system, from pre-primary to grade 12. Every day, almost 9,000 teachers, more than 5,000 administrators and support staff come together to support more than 121,000 students from pre-primary to grade 12. These are students from a variety of backgrounds and experiences, from different socioeconomic, cultural, religious, and familial backgrounds. We know the variety of these perspectives enrich our school communities. But we also realize with these varied experiences comes a need for a variety of supports. What we want to do, what we are doing, is putting resources where they are needed so we can improve the learning experience of all students and the teaching conditions for our educators and staff. This year, the province is investing an additional $15 million in new funding to hire additional teachers, education workers, specialists, and others for our classrooms and our students. This new funding builds on inclusive education funding of the past 4 years and ensures that this year, more teachers and more staff will be added to our school system. Over the last 4 years, we have added more than 800 staff, and this year's hires mean that this number will grow. It means we are meeting our commitment in the Students First report from the Commission on Inclusive Education and funding of $75 million for inclusive education. It means more autism specialists, guidance counselors, African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq student support workers, behavior support specialists, child and youth care practitioners, and education assistants to help children and families. We are proud of our work and the impacts that we are helping to make in people's lives. If I may, I'd like to read to you about one teacher who is making an impact, and that is Candace Syllaboy in the Strait Regional Center for Education. This is what Candace's principal has to say about her work. Candace Syllaboy is a Mi'kmaq language teacher at East Richmond Education Center in St. Peters. Her teaching assignment includes Mi'kmaq language, grade 5 subjects, as well as junior high art. Candace is also the grade 9 Mi'kmaq language teacher at Richmond Education Center Academy in Lewisdale. Candace is so much more than a classroom teacher. At the heart of Candace's teaching practice is ensuring each student feels seen, respected, safe, accepted, and valued. She has established herself as a trusted adult that students feel comfortable talking to. Candace is a passionate advocate for all students, but especially those who have traditionally felt unseen or marginalized. She constantly seeks supports, resources, and personnel that will enhance the educational, social, and personal lives of her students and support teachers in creating safe spaces for students. Candace is committed to speaking her truth and the truth of Mi'kmaq history. No matter how difficult the topic or subject, Candace will speak from the heart, knowing these are conversations that have to happen if true reconciliation is ever to take place. Candace led students and staff in an emotional recognition of the first National Truth and Reconciliation Day. She helped us open our minds and hearts to the importance of this acknowledgement. She was also instrumental in the creation of our Peace and Friendship Garden that will serve as a permanent place to honor the children who never returned home from residential schools. The garden is our commitment to teaching and learning the truth about our past, about Indigenous history, and to never let history repeat itself. Thank you to Candace, and thank you to all of the leaders in our system who go above and beyond every day to make a difference in the lives of our children. Our funding is also going to Schools Plus and the programs that support students on their journey of well-being. We know that the pandemic has been challenging, and so our Schools Plus teams have worked together to ensure we are able to support our students as they deal with the mental health and other challenges of the pandemic. Our Schools Plus mental health clinicians are co-located in schools. These staff, more than 50 in total around the province, work closely with RCE's CSAP, IWK Health Center, and Nova Scotia Health to ensure that we meet the needs of children, youth, and families. We are improving our use of technology to better serve people, including enhanced use of the teleeducation platform. It provides confidential access to private counseling, interventions, meetings, including the delivery of school counseling and Schools Plus mental health programming and services. I will note that schools have noted a decrease in wait time for specialized services and an improved continuity of services through the introduction of the teleeducation platform. I also want to speak to what we have learned during the pandemic, particularly about the benefit of outdoor learning. By necessity, we put a greater focus on outdoor learning during the pandemic, and we are seeing firsthand the positive health and well-being benefits in our students. We're hearing from staff, seeing on social media, the positive impact of this change to our students and their teachers. Increased student engagement, physical activity, opportunities to build appreciation for nature, and opportunities for social and emotional development are just some of the benefits that outdoor learning that educators have noted over the past 2 years. My department is also investing in student health and well-being through our Healthy Schools grant. We are investing $2.1 million each year to fund programs and activities that support mental and physical health or cultural awareness. This is just a sampling of work underway to enhance health and well-being, to engage our students and help them remain connected to our schools. There is so much work taking place in our Mi'kmaq Services branch and our African Canadian Services branch, our curriculum work within Mi'kmaq, and our anti-racism work. We realize there is more to be done, and we are committed to doing more. We also realize that we need to keep assessing the data from report cards and provincial assessments and student well-being surveys. As we move through this pandemic and eventually move to an endemic stage, we need to monitor its effects on our students and staff. And we need to take the necessary steps to ensure our students continue their journey of academic achievement and well-being. We need to keep evaluating our work, implementing the inclusive education policy. We need to keep connecting with our stakeholders and staff and students and families to ensure we are delivering the best possible educational outcomes that we can. We need to continue to support our 2SL LGBTQ+ learners and our transgender and gender nonconforming students. We also need to continue to improve supports for students with diverse learning needs through our multi-tiered system of support, so we can provide students with the right support at the right time and the right intensity. Now I'd like to talk about the school capital plan. Schools are important places in our children's lives. They are places where students are supported, where their well-being is nurtured, where they can learn in an environment that fosters their success. Our province is in the middle of a transformative time when it comes to education infrastructure investment. We are building modern facilities designed to enhance the school experience for our students, teachers, and families, and make our communities stronger overall. In 2018, Nova Scotia began releasing a 5-year rolling capital plan for school projects. As recommended by the Auditor General, this approach provides a predictable long-term outcome for school construction and major renovations. We work closely with each region and the CSAP to determine what schools should be considered for renovations, upgrades, or new build. RCEs and the CSAP provide a list of their capital priorities to the department, and the projects are evaluated on a variety of criteria, including enrollment and population pressures, geographical fairness, age and condition of current buildings, and available budget. The 2020 to 2025 School Capital Plan was released in February 2021, and it includes 23 projects across the province. In 2022-2023, I want to highlight a few of our many projects underway. Some highlights include the redevelopment of Breton Education Centre in Cape Breton as part of a community hub, which will include the school, a community healthcare center, and a long-term care facility. The new grade 9 to grade 12 J.L. Ilsley High School, which was opened in September 2021. At this time, demolition of the previous school building is nearing completion to make way for new parking, parent drop-off, pickup area, and a sports field. Sports field and site clearing are complete for the new Spring Hill Elementary, which will consolidate 2 existing schools into a new pre-primary to grade 6 elementary school. Construction is underway at École Pomquette, which is the new redevelopment of an existing Acadian school to add 8 new classrooms. The design and contract for a new pre-primary to grade 8 school for CSAP on the Halifax Peninsula is expected to be awarded this spring. And work is proceeding on St. Joseph's Alexander McKay Elementary School, which will result in a brand new school for students and families in Halifax's North End. An important component of our school capital projects is supporting government's legislative targets to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and to reduce carbon emissions in government-owned buildings by 75% by 2035. We know that approximately 90% of carbon emissions in public education come from operating our buildings, while the other 10% comes from our transportation system. To ensure our education infrastructure meets our present and our future needs, we are investing in building retrofits and energy efficiency upgrades to improve our facilities. This includes electrifying heating systems, replacing ventilation and building control systems, upgrading building insulation, and improving lighting systems and building management initiatives. At the design level, we are working with our school capital project partners to ensure that our projects reflect the design and sustainability principles that will best support our environmental goals. Additionally, we are investing potential pilot projects and possible federal government funding that might allow us to move our school transportation system to more environmentally friendly options. While there is still a great deal of work to do to determine associated costs, benefits, and objectives for such projects, we are committed to exploring this opportunity to further reduce our carbon emissions. Our goals for our public education infrastructure are big, and moving these significant projects forward will not come without challenges. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic is impacting infrastructure developments throughout North America, and our school capital projects are no exception. Additionally, as our province's population continues to grow, we have to consider the demand pressures on our schools and be prepared to modify and to adapt. Despite these challenges, we remain committed to delivering the best possible outcomes for our school communities. Working closely with our valued partners within the regions and across government, we will continue on our path of improving and strengthening our education system infrastructure to ensure that our school communities have the spaces and tools they need to build successful learning environments. I hope I've provided a helpful short overview of all of the exciting work and some of the priorities of our department. Our work is broad and the impact is large. As I conclude my formal remarks, I want to take a moment to celebrate the incredible individuals who work in public education and early childhood development. I want to thank the staff, the students, parents, teachers, early childhood educators, operators, and leaders who provide quality learning and care to all of our children and our students. The past few years have been challenging, but people continue to dig deep and meet the needs of children and families in our school and early learning system. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you. That concludes my formal remarks.
Thank you, Minister. I will, okay. According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour. During a caucus's turn, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on the estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer the questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition. I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yes. Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
how much
no
time
problem.
do I have, Mr. Chair?
Starting time is 7:04,
Okay.
so you'll have your time.
Okay, very good. So does that give me a full hour? Is that how this works? Okay, there you go. All right. Good evening. Good to see you again. To your staff, I know some of them behind that screen. Hello to all of you. I know how hard you all work on behalf of not only the Department of Education, but our kids across and our families across the province, so I hope all of you are well. I kind of look at these as more of a conversation than I do me kind of coming at you with a million questions. So I'll have some more specifics when it comes to some of the infrastructure side. Some of my colleagues will probably come in. You'll see a few of us jump in and out as they want to ask some local questions around their schools. But for me, it's I'll have a couple of different themes as we move forward. But really, I'll just really kind of. I'll start it off by just asking, I guess really one of my main questions is now that we've been through a number of rounds of COVID in the school system, where we've had to close, we've had to reopen, we've looked at it based on jurisdictions too as well, we've had to close depending on kind of the epidemiology on the ground in the communities across the province. So how are you feeling and kind of what are your next steps now as we move kind of into a new reality with COVID, but also some of your thoughts around what's taking place as we kind of see what could be a sixth wave coming through the province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. It's timely and understandable for sure. COVID has been a real challenge, and our system, the students, the teachers, the staff have done an incredible job throughout this, being adaptable and working together to make sure that learning has been as little interrupted as possible. So as we move forward through COVID, we know that it changes. We work closely and we will continue to work closely with public health to make sure that we are implementing the most up-to-date public health measures at any given time in our school system. And we will pivot as rapidly as we need to if and when that happens. We're really pleased of the work and proud of the work that has been done so far to keep students in schools as much as they have been. And we'll keep doing what we do and pressing forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you. And it was kind of a lead up to my question, Minister. Thanks for the answer to that. Because it was really, I was asked the question actually earlier today by the media, and I think you may have been too as well when it came to around masking for our kids in school. And I know that with some of the lifting of restrictions and you know, there's people on both sides of the discussion. Let me tell you, we all hear it in our communities where some people feel masks should stay and some don't think they should, and some, for whatever reason, think they never should have had them. But I'm just curious on your thoughts around what the future looks like for masking in schools.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you for the question. And I've been asked this question and similar questions throughout my tenure. What does the future look like? I wish I could say. I can't predict what the pandemic is going to do, so I wouldn't make any wagers on that. But in terms of how we'll handle it, we're going to continue to work with public health and follow their advice with respect to any of the measures that we have in place in schools. And right now, in relation to masking, we have masks in place till the middle of April. We're working closely with public health about what is going to transpire after that. And as soon as we have that information, it will be shared with families. We know the earlier people can know what the future holds, the better able they are to prepare and manage expectations of their children. But we also know that COVID is ever evolving. And so we look to public health for their guidance around what the future of masking holds, and we'll implement that with the diligence that we have to date. In terms of, you know, what are people's responses to masking? I think the members' comments are reflective of the experience that I've had in talking to people. I've spoken to families, parents, and children who are so excited to have those masks come off. They want to see each other's faces. They look forward to their children getting the opportunities to see their teachers speaking and the importance of that in language and social development. I've also spoken with other people who are scared of the masks coming off. They're anxious about it, and everything in between. You know, this pandemic has been challenging and it's affected us all in different ways. We completely understand all of those perspectives, and what we do on a day-to-day basis when we make these plans is work with public health and follow their advice and recommendations to make sure we have the safest, best place in schools for our students.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. So I was going to ask about masking and what supports would be there for families in the event that the mask mandate stays on, but I would be probably accurate in saying that the department would probably continue to support some of the resources they put in place. So I'll leave it there. I guess one of the things I've said it publicly already and is around kind of the idea of contact tracing in the schools, and it was something that during certain waves of the pandemic was important. You know, taking that data and trying to determine what was in the best interest of certain families of schools within Nova Scotia. Do you feel that that the reduction of kind of data collection has made your decisions more difficult in trying to deal with the pandemic?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair. So I will go back to sort of the first question that wasn't asked from the member, just to make sure that that there's a response on the record for that, and that was in relation to ongoing supports around masks. And I do want to confirm that yes, we will continue to support students and families with masks. So now that masks are mandatory in schools, we're continuing to provide 3-ply masks as recommended by public health, and there's a supply of those available to all of our students to be able to access. We'll continue to provide PPE support as is necessary. And as we move forward and envisioning a time when we transition away from masks being mandatory, we will continue to provide support and masks to our schools and to our students to support individual choice around that. Then to the question that was asked around contact tracing in schools, in this regard as well, we have followed public health's advice and recommendations and continue to follow public health advice and recommendations around when contact tracing was done and when contact tracing was lifted. We're going to continue to follow public health's advice, and if there is a change in any sort of recommendations around tracing within schools, we will absolutely implement that. What we know right now, though, is that COVID is everywhere, and we need to plan and respond and react knowing that. And so the fact that we don't have contact tracing in schools currently hasn't impacted my ability to make decisions. I continue and we continue to work with public health, and we are in regular contact with the regions to address operational questions or issues around operations. But the fact that contact tracing isn't in place hasn't impacted our ability to make decisions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again to the Minister, thank you for your response. Continuing on COVID, are you able to provide the numbers around teachers and staff in schools that may be out currently based on, similar to healthcare? We know that there's an approximate number of healthcare workers that are out either recovering from COVID or has been a close contact. Do you have those numbers for the school system?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
So we do have attendance data, but we don't track reason-specific absences.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Sorry, I have a tendency to jump in before people finish their answers, so people in the department would know that too. So again, I just thought I heard you say that you don't have a regional breakdown, but you have the overall number that you can provide.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
So thank you for the question. No, my answer was that we don't have a breakdown of the reasons for absences, not region.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
So just to confirm that, so right now that the department is not tracking teacher or staff absentee as a result of COVID, similar to the healthcare system.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
That's correct.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, well, one of the primary reasons I asked was it was around substitutes and how we were doing in that situation. I read media reports of a shortage of substitutes, and I was trying to get a sense of how many are being utilized in the system now across the spectrum. I do actually, I thought that we did track in the department somewhat to the best of our ability the staff that would be out at any given time. I know the media may have reported on it before, but specifically, I may ask that question again for you in the future, but I appreciate your answer now. So I guess my question, it comes to kind of substitutes and the issue around teacher shortages in particular communities. I'm looking for your comments on how the department is addressing that and kind of what the next steps are going to be to try to encourage or get more people into the system.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
So thank you for the question. I think I have more clarity now on the question you were asking. We might have been at cross purposes there. So if the question is, do we have an understanding of what our teacher absences are in the system? The answer is yes, we do. And right now we're tracking around 10 to 12% absences. We don't track the reasons for those absences, but we do know what the absence roll-up is. Then the second piece of that question relating to the subs in the system, our use of subs, and how that's working through the course of COVID. I will say we absolutely recognize the value of supporting our subpool and having a strong substitute teacher pool. They support unexpected absences from our teachers. They also support things like professional development and other activities. And this is really, really important. I can say that the number of substitute teachers has actually not decreased from during the pandemic. What we've seen, though, is a trend of less willingness or interest from our existing substitute teachers to pick up assignments and take teaching assignments. So what do we do when we have absences? Well, we utilize our current pool of substitutes. We've also worked with the NSTU and with universities locally to be able to deploy our BED students when they're in their practicums to do substitute teaching and to be compensated on that basis. So that has been, that was a really great collaboration with those groups, and that has helped us as well to have additional resources to deploy into schools when we need those. We're continuing to work on this, and we will continue to work on this. And we have a committee with the NSTU that's looking at teacher recruitment. And one element of that is substitute teachers as well. So, and then the last thing that I would say is at those times when we really need to dig even deeper, we do have teachers within our system who don't have classroom assignments. We access the use of those teachers and deploy them into classrooms when necessary. And we have staff at our regional education centers also who are qualified as teachers, and we can use them as well. All of the folks in the system have been incredibly resilient and adaptive, and we'll keep using all the tools at hand.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
I keep pushing the button, and I shouldn't even touch the button, I guess, because I'm just probably causing a ton of grief for the guy in the back of the room. Thank you for that. So that 10% number, that is that the average year after year? Like I should, I'm trying to remember myself. Like, so if you're saying that 10% of, I'm trying to remember the total number of teachers or staff. I know that's a hard number to just actually put an exact number on, but I'm just trying to get an idea, does that percentage represent a much larger jump than usual in the school system? Are we seeing that? Does that 10% represent anything different than we would see in non-COVID years or at any other given time?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
So I thank the honourable member for the question. So that 10 to 12% actually reflects the time since we've returned from the winter break. And that's been fairly stable since we've returned from the winter break. I don't have at hand the numbers from years prior. Perhaps the honourable member may recollect them from his tenure here, but I don't have them at my fingertips. But I'll endeavour to find that out and get back to him.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Yeah, thank you. No, listen, I appreciate that, and I don't remember the number, to be honest, full disclosure. But I guess it really ties into, and I guess around your thoughts too, because there are reports around, it's not just the teachers and staff absences, but it's student absences. The student absences, particularly in Cape Breton, have been, which I've been following, and my colleagues from the island would be following. But what are your thoughts around the issue around absences, because it is a concern for all of us. We want our kids, and hey, your message was the same as mine, as everybody else in the provinces. So the best place for our kids is in school. That's where they receive their best supports, both educationally and from a support aspect for not only services they can access, but their families. So what's your thoughts on the student absentee? Is it getting any better? And how you're looking to kind of address? It's a hard thing to address because parents are ultimately still making some decisions around COVID and making those decisions based on individual family decisions. But just curious on your thoughts.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. Yes, I'm in full agreement that I think our attitude and position on this is the same. The best place for students is absolutely in school, and that's where we want to see our students. And so, to that end, in terms of what we are seeing, we've seen we've seen reasonably stable attendance across the province since returning after the winter break. And so, but stable across the province, there are pockets sometimes where we see lower attendance rates. And when that happens, we work with the regions to really target the response, because the reasons for those absences vary and the response needs to vary accordingly. So regions will reach out to families to find out what's driving the absences and find out what can be done to support students to return to school and to be in school. So what your response would be, for example, if people are staying home because they don't feel well, we're asking folks to stay home when they don't feel well. So as much as we'd like to see people in school, if they're not feeling well, then home is where they need to be. So that's a positive thing. But if there are other reasons driving absences, then the regions reach out to find out what those are so that we can tailor supports to encourage folks to get back into the class.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we'll take a break from the COVID-related school questions. We'll get a little bit more into let's get into early childhood education. Congratulations on the work that you're doing. I always used to say it's about the babies, right? And the decision of what we restarted and you guys as a government are working on are affecting or are such a positive impact on children now. But I always think of the parent 10 years from now that will that this is multi-generational. This is going to mean a lot to a lot of families and communities across Nova Scotia, not only from a cost perspective, but also from an access perspective too as well. So this is more, I don't really have a lot of direct questions. It's more of an opportunity for you and I to have a conversation about the sector itself. And they were amazing during the pandemic. I think that we did our best and you did as well, to give them the credit they deserve. They looked after our kids, and we asked a lot of them multiple times throughout it. So to our ECEs, for all of them, everybody that's listening to estimates tonight on television or beyond, we always try our best to give credit to those amazing workers who look after our kids. So the deal itself, the deal's moving forward. That's great. You have the fee structure is actually starting a little early, which is awesome. So you're starting to see some of those reductions earlier than anticipated. But of course, the bigger issue for all of us was around this idea or this concern with the private operators. And it's something that we kind of both have had to talk about in our times, like during the deal as we were working through it, and then of course when you're trying to implement the first kind of portion of the reduction. So how is the relationship with the private operators? Do you feel like you've come to some clarity around some of the issues that they raised in the initial rollout of the plan in the early new year?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. This is one of my favorite topics. It's a torch that I'm incredibly grateful to have been handed, and it's so historic, so important, and so foundational for improvements for Nova Scotia families. I completely agree with the honorable member. This is a multi-generational, hugely vital, important step, not only for cost, but also for access. So I'll try not to go on and on for hours, although I happily would. But to come to the member's question, how is the relationship with our private operators? I will say, in the work that I've done and in the work that I do, I value collaboration, and I know that collaboration and engagement is really how you arrive at the absolute best path forward. And we heard from the operators that they wanted to be engaged and that they wanted to participate, and I'm really excited for the work that we're going to do with the operators and have them at the table and really get their feedback. In terms of how the relationship is, we've had really positive feedback about our approach and engagement. And, I think I would point to the recent funding agreement. So we tabled the annual funding agreement, which includes not only ongoing stable funding for the annual funding for our operators, but also a one-time grant to support their operational expenses, and as well funding to support that 25% fee reduction. And I am absolutely thrilled to report that we've had 99% of our operators sign on to that agreement. So I think that really speaks to the state of the relationship and positivity and optimism that I think we all share as we travel this path together.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for that. That's really good to hear. Hey, listen, I've been fortunate to do a lot of things in government, but I personally take this one because I just know how hard staff worked on it. And a lot of them are behind you as I see you looking at multiple people when you're on mute. So I just know how much it means to them, right? Regardless of politics. They saw the opportunity and they went after it. So I guess my next question is around accessibility. So just before I was finished, we were looking at communities like Guysborough, right? Like they had little to no access for childcare. And that becomes a huge issue, especially when you're trying to recruit and retain folks in communities, right? Is that people don't realize how much childcare matters to the family when it comes to cost and accessibility, but to the economy, it's massive when you're trying to recruit doctors and retain specialists within a community, whether it's healthcare or a trade or a particular industry. So I guess my questions are, so you're talking about expanding seats. So I think it was 1,500 was the number that you talked about initially, what you're looking at. Can you give us an update on where you're looking at to start with your expansion into some of these communities, and kind of a bit of a timeline around that?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for this question. Yeah, so accessibility is one of the fundamental pillars of this agreement and of the work that we're doing, having childcare that's available to families wherever they live, everywhere in Nova Scotia. And we do realize that there are areas that have been underserved by licensed childcare centers. I'm going to take this opportunity to give a shout out to our unlicensed operators and folks who may be providing day home services who are not within our licensed system. Give us a call. We want you on board. You know, in many of those communities that are underserved by licensed care, our childcare providers are unlicensed smaller providers, and there is space in this system for them. So there's my plug. I'll plug it every opportunity I get. Back to the question about where we can expect our new spaces to be located. I don't have any specifics or an announcement at this time. I can say we are on track for opening 1,500 new spaces this year and meeting that commitment. And, you know, that is flowing from the responses that we received this past fall to an expression of interest that was put out to our not-for-profit operators. And we received great interest in response to that. And so we're working through this process to establish where those first spaces will be. And I will say, you know, one of the criteria for determining where those spaces will be is exactly that, what communities are underserved, because we know, you know, folks need childcare. We need childcare across the province. And so one of the priorities for us, for me personally and for our department, is making sure that we target those communities that are really in need of spaces.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
And you may not be able to answer this now, and it will be something we'll probably talk about a little bit more as when I come back. I'm hoping to be back for another little bit at some point. But as part of those seats, looking at the inclusive education, ensuring that we have supports for our kids with diverse needs. Have you started looking at kind of in that 1,500? Are you looking at any kind of particular number for seats that would be representative of children that would need more supports?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for that question. So we're on to pillar number 2, which is inclusivity. And it is, as the member knows, one of the foundational pillars of and elements of the child care agreement and of the work that we're doing. In terms of what that looks like, inclusion, it's not about designated spaces. It's about ensuring that our centers are supported to welcome all children of diverse needs and backgrounds, and so that the system is inclusive and the centers are inclusive, not that we have individual numbers of seats or spaces that are inclusive. And so that's sort of say it's a fundamental piece of the work. It's not, I wouldn't pull out and say, we couldn't identify that this specific number of seats are inclusive. One very small change really that exists now within the funding agreements going forward is the requirement that our centers use best efforts to fill their seats, the licensed spaces that exist, and that is an element of inclusivity. And so really, it's a principle that infuses all of the work and all of the centers that we'll be developing and supporting.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's going to conclude my time tonight. But I look forward to talking to you again probably in the next few hours, depending on how long you'll be here. We'll try to keep it under 5 days, but I look forward to talking to you again. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, the member from Northside Westmount, who has some questions around infrastructure. So thank you, Minister, and thank you to staff.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hi, Minister, and thank you for being here and taking our questions, and thanks to your staff as well. My questions are a little bit more direct than the member from Sydney, Victoria. He's now federal, Sydney member 2. Just around some infrastructure in my riding. So I was very pleased to see in the capital budget, the school for Northside is still listed with a timeline of 24-25. So I'm just wondering if you could confirm that timeline for me.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. I completely understand the excitement of a community when a new school is in the works, so understand the question and why it's being asked. And so what I can say is the timeline under the capital plan for that middle school is 24-25. And so site selection work is underway, and Public Works is doing what they do on that front. So that will progress. We are committed to the school happening. We share the community's excitement about it. In terms of whether there's any change to the target opening of September of 2024, there's no change at this time, but I have to give the caveat that COVID impacts on construction are widespread throughout all sectors, not just education. There's the possibility, of course, that timeline may shift as a result of some of those factors. And if that does happen, the region will communicate that with parents first and families first, because those are the folks who most need to know. But I can reaffirm our commitment to that school and state that, yeah, that work is underway and we look forward to it progressing.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that's great news, Minister. I know the community is very excited about this new school. I myself was a member of the Cape Breton Victoria Regional School Board for 14 years. And the school system, so now the CBVRCE, has done extensive work over the years in reducing the number of infrastructure in CBRM. And I do remember when we were on that board, I think we were one of the first boards to actually complete some of those reductions to right-size the system. So the current infrastructure at Sydney Mines Middle School is, I'm old, but my dad graduated high school from that school, so it's really old. So we're looking forward to that. And I'm glad to hear that site selection is underway. I guess a question around site selection, has a site selection committee been put together, including members of the parent support groups or community members?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the member for the question. So I think the question makes some assumptions about what the site selection process is, or might be referring to an older site selection process. So just to clarify what it looks like, the site selection process at this stage is very much a technical process, and it's completed by Public Works with factors really that are around the school infrastructure. And so they look in priority sequence at the existing site at Crown land, and then if necessary at other options to determine from a technical perspective what's a suitable site based on school infrastructure needs. And then following that process, information is shared with the public. A committee is struck much later on in the school build process, and it's school steering committee, and that's about, but that's after the site selection process is complete. So I can say that Public Works is in the process now of undertaking their work around site selection, but there's no public committee element to that.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Minister. I'm definitely dating myself. The last time we built a school in the north side, it was the other process. So thank you for the clarification. Do we have a timeline as to when Public Works may be ready to provide potential locations?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you to the member for the question. I will say soon. I don't have anything more specific than that.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Soon is good. I'll take soon. I guess maybe just shift gears a little bit, Minister. In Northside Westmount, there's a lot of families that are really struggling. We're grateful for some of the programs that are in place within the school system, such as breakfast programs and those types of things. Are there any plans to expand the breakfast program, or maybe to bring in a lunch program for schools?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for this question. We absolutely recognize the importance of nutrition for students' well-being, not just for their learning well-being, which obviously we're focused on, but for their health, physical, mental, and emotional well-being as well. And so across the province, we have funding available to schools that it's universally available. We have a provincial access to funding, and through that funding, schools have breakfast programs. Some as well have lunch programs that they implement with that funding. Our educators are very mindful of this need, and when students need food, we make sure that they get it. I'd also like to mention that we have 211, which is available for any folks experiencing food insecurity on an emergency basis, and that can help address this need as well. More needs to be done, absolutely, and we're very aware of that. And one thing that I am very hopeful and pleased to see is that 2 of Canada's federal ministers actually have school food programming in their mandate letters. And so we are very enthusiastic to be working across departments and with the federal government on what that may look like in terms of supporting additional food programming in schools in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Great. Thank you for that answer. That's very encouraging. I appreciate that. And I know the educators and staff at the schools across Nova Scotia, but in particular in Northside Westmount and Cape Breton in general, are fantastic professionals that treat our kids amazing. Back a number of years ago, I think 2018, 16, I know the board in Cape Breton was experiencing large numbers, probably a little earlier than that, but large numbers of substitutes on a substitute list, and large numbers of teachers' assistants on the substitute list. But I've heard anecdotally that in today's environment, those lists have dwindled significantly, maybe due to retirements and things. So just wondering what the status is of availability of substitutes, both from a teaching perspective and teacher assistants in CBRM, if possible.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So staffing, retention, and recruitment are challenges that almost every sector is experiencing right now. Just basic and overall workforce challenges are the reality with our current workforce. In education specifically, I think that I mentioned earlier, we actually haven't seen a decrease in the number of substitute teachers since the pandemic started. But what we have seen is that there is less uptake and acceptance of assignments. So that has been an impact. So to this end, we're very mindful of the importance of focusing on retention and on recruitment. And so, we're looking at all options for supporting supporting our existing teachers, our amazing teachers and our amazing TAs and our other staff to want to stay, and also to attract new staff into our system. With teachers, for example, we have a committee with the NSTU, and that's the focus of that committee. So this is work that we prioritize. We're aware that it's a need, and we're looking at all options that we can to ensure that we have a healthy staff complement to support our system.
I recognize the member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for answering my questions. That's all I have for now. I'm going to pass it back to the chair and our friends from the NDP.
Who would be going first for the NDP? Okay, so I recognize the member for Halifax Needham, and the time is now 8:01, and we'll be concluding at 8:26.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to say thank you to the minister and as well the department staff, because I know that the work that they do, the time that they put in, they do it because they care for the kids, and education is on the forefront for most of them. So, and they've been doing this for quite some time. So, I just want to say it's lovely to see you, Minister, online, since you had such a powerful speech today about being present in the House. So I'm just going to get right into it. In the summary of 2021-2022 COVID response final forecast document provided by Finance and Treasury Board, there are a number of items within the Department of Education. There's $22 million for school safety measures, personal protective equipment, and enhanced cleaning. Can the minister provide a further breakdown of how that money was allocated across these categories? So, for example, how much was spent on PPE, how much was on cleaning, et cetera?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So I can give a bit of a breakdown, but I'll commit to following up with, I'll say, less rounded numbers and a more fulsome list, but I can give some examples of what the components of that $22 million forecast include. And so they include amounts for cleaning of 11.6 million, amounts for ventilation maintenance of 1.2 million, amounts for touchless fountains and water of 1.2 million, amounts for PPE of 300,000. But I can say as well that there's a provincial stockpile that's quantified, I believe, at 4.9 million of PPE. It also includes additional tech of 700,000 and math and literacy support in the amount of 4 million.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When the government eliminated local democratically elected school boards, they also eliminated public input in the school site selection process. And as I was listening to the member from Northside Westmount, you know, it's really important, especially when you're from a community, to know where the buildings are going to be built and community has input. So school sites used to be handled by a board-level site selection committee that included SAC members, school board members, the African Nova Scotian representative, and the Mi'kmaq representative, and members of municipal council. The revised Education Act regulations that came into effect April 1st, 2018, eliminated any requirement for community involvement and consultation. The decision of where to build a new school, I feel, should include community voices. So my question is, like, will this government be drafting new guidelines for the public consultation in the school site selection process, and not just depending on the technical aspect of creating new schools?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So local voice is incredibly important to me, knowing what it is that our communities want to have input, need to have input on. It's important to the government, our government as well, and it is one of the elements of my mandate, which is to find out from the communities what it is that they want to have, what they need in terms of expressing local voice and engagement with and involvement in the school system. So sort of talking more specifically to the question that you've asked around site selection, I'll say currently that process does include public engagement. So what I described earlier was the technical process that Public Works engages in to identify sort of the very technical needs and the sites that are appropriate to those technical needs. But following that process, there is opportunity for communities to provide input on that. Subsequent to that, once the site is selected and when the school build is underway, there is also a school steering committee process, which brings together community members to be engaged in the in providing advice and input into the actual build of the school. So there are elements in the existing process that do reflect public engagement and influence. However, as I started by saying, I want to know and we want to know what it is that the public wants to be engaged in within the school system, and the question around what decisions the public wants to be involved in is one that I'm going to be going to the communities with in the coming months to get feedback on, where it is they want to be engaged and how they want to be engaged. And I'm really looking forward to hearing from communities on that exact question, so that we can really determine what elements of our various processes and engagement practices may need to change to better reflect what it is that our communities want and need.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
I'm really glad to hear that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just because, as we know, their voice should be first, and we know that when they had school boards, they had a voice. So my second question to that is there any commitment from the minister to thinking about schools as part of a rural economic development strategy? Because putting them in business parks and on highways accomplishes the opposite, especially as we want to entice people home via tourism, Nova Scotia, and other means. So that's why I said, community input is very valuable, because this is their community. This is where they live, they grow up. So just wanting to know, would you have a commitment to thinking about schools as a part of a rural economic development strategy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you to the chair, and thank you to the member for the question. There's so many levels at which that question can be looked at. And so I think at the very highest level, the question gets at is the really big picture of how do we leverage synergies? How do we best use our resources, our community resources, in the most fulsome way that we can? And I must say, those kinds of questions are the questions that drew me into government, the opportunities to work between departments, to really build those synergies and best support our communities. So I sort of love the motivation behind the question and fully appreciate it. So that's one layer that we have to consider this at. Another layer that we have to consider this at is, are the very sort of technical and engineering and, operational elements of what a school is, how it needs to be built, the infrastructure that is required around it. And those sorts of questions put some constraints around where we're able to build our schools and quite frankly, financial constraints as well. So those are elements that really, you can't overstate how important it is to make sure that those are a priority as well when school planning is happening. But that being said, I and the department absolutely recognize that schools are a really vital part of, and often a heart of, community. And so all of these kinds of things really do need to go into considerations around school siting. And I will say again as well, I'm sure that there are various other ideas and opinions about how siting should be done and what sort of public engagement should be made in that process across the province. And so, I'm looking forward to hearing from those local voices about what other factors need to go into school siting.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The estimate for capital spending on education and early childhood development is more than $40 million less this year. Why is there such a significant reduction in planned capital spending?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the member for the question. So school builds are complex, lengthy processes that go through a variety of phases, some of which cost more money than others. And so as a result of that, your actual spend on a build in any given year can vary for no reason other than it's going through sort of the natural build phases that occur over a number of years. And so, any perceived reduction in the estimate relating to that doesn't reflect a backing away of any commitments to build or any change to timeline necessarily. There is a natural ebb and flow through the course of a build, which results in a fluctuation of a spend in any given year. So what I can say to kind of wrap that up so that the implications of that are really, really clear, we have a 5-year capital plan, and we are fully committed to building those schools that are on that capital plan.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And yes, and I will hold you to that because one of those schools is in my riding, St. Joseph St. McKay. And I will tell you that my daughter now is in her first year university, and we've been fighting for that school since she was in 4+ pre-primary before they removed it. So my second question to that is, one of the capital expenses in education is school bus fleet renewal. How many school buses are actually owned by the government?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't have the exact number for our current fleet right at hand, but we will get that for the member. But our estimated forecasted purchase for the renewal of buses as they sort of hit their natural life cycle for the upcoming year is 55.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad. I'd love a breakdown if you could, but I'm glad that you gave me the number. Has the department done any cost-benefit analysis on the value of publicly owning buses compared to contracting busing services?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member for the question. So bus ownership and the arrangements around busing actually vary from region to region. And so we have one of our regions that contract out for the busing services, and they, in that instance, they don't own their buses. But in other instances, we do actually have buses in a provincial fleet. I don't know offhand what analysis may have been done in relation to that, but we'll look into that at the department and get back to the member. And I will say, as we shift towards greening our fleet, that analysis would have to change and would have to be updated to reflect current options available in respect to that.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre.
Pier.
And Whitney Pier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Minister. A number of years ago, the government announced that a new elementary school would be built in the Dominion Reserve Mines area to replace the Tompkins Elementary School in Reserve Mines and the former McDonald Elementary School in Dominion. I'm sure I know you're aware of this, the minister's aware of this because her and I have exchanged emails on it. So I asked the minister, has a site been selected for this new school?
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the member. I'll say what I said before because it's true in every instance. We know communities are really excited when a new school build is in their future, and so I appreciate the question. I can say that there has been no site selected at this time, but it's underway with Public Works.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, with 2 minutes to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure you're aware that we have some eager community individuals who want to be a part of the whole process. As you talked about how much a community wants to be engaged, this community of mine wants to be engaged from start to finish. So when are you expecting a site to be selected and for work to start? Because they have been waiting since at least 2015, 2017.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my understanding is that Public Works is finishing up their work for their part of the site selection process. And then once that's wrapped up, then additional information will be shared with the community. And I can say soon, but I don't have a more specific timeline than that.
45 seconds. I recognize the member for Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pear.
Thank you, and I'll just ask the minister with the time that I have remaining that she keep myself as the MLA for the area informed as well so that I can keep the community informed on what is occurring in the area. As I said, they've been waiting since between 2015, 2017 for this promise to come about, and they are eagerly waiting with less patience than they had before, and same with their MLA. Thank you.
Order. Okay, it's now 8:26 and the House is set to adjourn at 11:59 p.m. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. So I ask you to please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole House must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. I adjourn today's subcommittee on supply. Thank you, Minister.